Those who want to maximize the distance between me and you, can you reconsider that? Common. We must stop at the attendance. I think it's going to be disaster.
I guess they'll join.
Join? Really? I'm not so hopeful. Today being a Sunday, of course, right? And maybe the last one. Please come up. So I have a set of topics I want to deliver, and I want to hear from you what is it that you're looking for. First, so that you get served the best. Okay, and also I don't know if it's a gap in communication or whatever else. There's been two types of communications happen. So the feedback is don't make it too English. I don't know what that is. Only about the language. And there is another communication which is like you want to know the practical aspects of the recruitment process itself, as opposed to either more in person or the interview process and all of that. Right? So there are two kind of communications that I got. And also, you may have some soft skills training, I don't know, scheduled, I'm not sure. And what may be of value to you is that I've been on the other side, I've been actually in an IT company, have people. So maybe you want to hear from me based on that, because I bring that perspective, right? So it's not about a soft skills training per se, right? So I thought we will start with idioms and phrases, and then so why are we doing this? This enhances your spoken language or spoken communication, right? And there are many number of phrases, idioms and phrases that are there, which are commonly used. Okay. Alright. So, what are some of the common phrases that you have come across that you can just start off with, and we will build on that. You're not worried on any of them? No, don't read from them. Yeah, you can also participate. I know you are posting, but you can also participate. Shivam, Shreyansh, and Steve. Well, hook up rope, right? Well, hook up rope, what does it mean? Huh? Yeah, by all and any means. By all and any means, right? So there's no moral question to it, or the right way or the wrong way. Just get it done, right? Yeah, good start.
Not my cup of tea.
Not my cup of tea. What do you want to say about that is?
the right thing for
not the right thing. Okay, not far actually.
not something that I want to prefer,
Uh, something you would.
not to get on
Say that again.
Your bad.
Yes, it's not about capability so much. Yeah, not in my area of interest or inclination. It's not my hobby. That's when it's said. It's not in my interest, passion, inclination. Then we say it's not my hobby. Okay. So have you heard contradicting idioms and phrases that one says something, another says the opposite of it? Okay. Have you come across any of that? Okay, let's start building further. So, see, I can read through or give a set of ones and you just passively receive it. And whatever you passively receive, how much you will get? Leave it. Leave it. Yeah, very little, right? Very little, right? And it's the nature of passive learning actually. If you look at it, it's not that it's unique to you. It's not unique to you or you, but you may think, oh, it's like this. And it's not unique to students. It's not unique to it's the nature of humanity, right? If I sit there in a passive mode, in a conference or any workshop, right? Workshop is not supposed to be that way, but any conference or any kind of lecture, training, I'm not going to retain. If I were to put a percentage, it may be, if I'm lucky, I would retain 20% also, right? That's the nature of passive learning, right? And for good or bad, we seem to have adopted that mode of the module or mode of learning, right? That structure of learning. It's not an active, impactful process. That's how it should be, right? But that's not what it is. It's not unique to NIE. It's or any of the other colleges. It's to do with the entire country, right? With some exceptions, maybe like the IIMs and others where you have case study based learning, especially IA is completely case study based, complete, 100%. Everything is case study. All right. So you have exceptions, but the rule is that it's passive. Okay. So my effort or my commitment is that let's make it active, right? And that way you feel more engaged. And on a Sunday morning you have come here. I don't want to mess it up for you. Okay. Then you just go through it, right? All right. So any other idioms or phrases that you come across? Many actually. No? You have to be louder.
Leave no stone unturned.
Leave no stone unturned. Anyone wants to say what that is?
Try all your options.
Yeah.
Make everything happen.
Yeah. You do everything that is needed and required for it to work or make it happen.
A fish out of water. A fish out of water.
A fish out of water. Okay. Fish out of water.
The wrong place. Uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. Fish out of water is in a wrong place, uncomfortable, in a foreign environment, right? Something that you're not familiar with, uncomfortable. All of that is fish out of water. Yeah. Head over heels. Okay. And it's used typically in a particular context. It is. We always fall head over heels in love with someone, right? If you are really in love with someone, right? It's always you fall head over heels, right? What is that? Is you are totally and completely in it, right? With nothing left. Totally and completely in it with nothing left is head over heels. Okay? Good, good, good. You're doing well. Yeah. Go ahead. Achilles heel. Okay. What's Achilles heel? Yeah. And usually a weakness which is can be fatal, right? In the historical context, it's about being fatal. In the general usage of the term, it is a very large vulnerability, right? That's Achilles heel is your downfall also. They call it. It's used in that was the point when downfall happened, right? Achilles heel. Okay. Please don't use mobile.
The link is working. I was just
Huh?
if the link is working, I was on YouTube.
Alright. For this class?
Yeah.
Oh, the live streaming? Or what? Oh. Yeah. Good, keep going. Because I can read it out. The words are not once. Please read it out.
It's raining cats and dogs.
Good. It's raining cats and dogs. Right? It's chapter party. Right? Yeah, we can also call it raining buckets. Right? It's raining buckets. All of that is. It's raining very, very heavily. Right? It's raining cats and dogs. Right? And where it came from, I read somewhere, I really remember, is that uh, cat or a dog, because of the heavy rains, right, they fall off the roof. And so the rain is so heavy that they fall off the roof. That's where the usage came when cats and dogs. Okay? Because especially cats on the roof, right, and it's so heavy that it falls off. So it's raining cats and dogs. Yeah, good. Go ahead.
Wearing the shoulders.
Yeah,
Wearing the shoulders.
spreading the
Shoulders.
and what is that?
Someone is getting ready to fight. Someone getting ready to fight.
Okay. Someone getting ready to fight. Just squaring the shoulder. Okay. As a compass. Happy. Alright. So let me be straight. I'm not compass. That's some. Okay. Alright. So okay.
Means just ready to get
Okay. Got that. Squaring shoulder. Got it. It's for a punch or something. So he's very much. I got it. Got the compass. Alright. Go ahead.
Wearing his heart on his sleeve.
Wearing your heart on your sleeves. And yeah, which is
The person who doesn't fit, he's outspoken. He doesn't even if he wants.
that's correct. That's the right path.
He can't keep it because she can't keep it on his
It's not a lack of capacity. It's a question of attitude, right? A person actually, someone who wears his heart on his sleeves is someone who is naturally transparent and open, forthright, right? So he is what you see is what you get. What you see is what you get, right? So it's not like it's kind of hypocritic or you call it. There's another word which comes, right? Yeah. So there's an opposite to that, right? Yeah, right. Wherein someone wears his heart on his sleeves is someone who's transparent and forthright or frank. And open, right? And why do we use these? Why do we use these names and places as usage? Is there any particular functional or any other value to it? It's a question to inquire into, right? You can guess. Even I don't know, I'm not ready to know. I'm just going to inquire along with it. Why do we do that? See, mostly people do not ask the why of it. Have you ever asked why? When something is done or something, you ask the question, why are you doing this? So what is why answer? What's the question? Why answer?
Necessity of
Very good. And necessity. Said another way. Said another way. The need to do it. Right. Or put another way, the context inside of which you engage in. The context is a little overarching, right? What's the purpose? What is the context inside of which you are going to engage with it? Right? The why of it answers that. Now, if you miss out the context in which you are doing it, what do you miss out? You miss out the very purpose of it. Huh? You're just doing it for the sake of doing it. Right? And you may be usually lost. If you miss the context in which you are doing, you may be easily lost, right? Is it not true? Right? So, okay, yeah. There's an old Japanese saying, okay, and it's a Japanese philosophy or a cultural thing that if you were to arrive upon the truth, now you have to ask why. Okay, you have to ask why. Now you have to ask why. You know how many times? You read it somewhere? Read it somewhere? Okay, good. 5 times. So you ask the answer why once, you will get an answer. To that answer, ask why. For that, you will get an answer. You repeat the process 5 times over. I repeated 5 times. Right? And chances are you will come to the core of why you are doing what you are doing. And Japanese, having one of the most successful economies and culture and a nation in the world, right? Given where they are and being a developed economy, right? They were the losers of the Second World War. You're aware of that, right? And in the process of war, their major cities were kind of razed to the ground, flattened out, right? And of course, Hiroshima and Nagasaki really got completely devastated. But even otherwise, Tokyo, all of the large cities were really had pummeling actually by the Allied forces, right? And from there, they raised from the ashes like a phoenix, right? Phoenix is a mythological character, Greek character, which raises from the ashes. Now, I don't know the details of it, but that's what I know. That it comes back to life from the ashes, and it's mythological, right? Mythological, right? So they raised from the ashes of the Second World War, and in very short order. It took a century or two. I understand it's nothing great to really talk about. They did it in a decade or two, or less than that. Just imagine, from a nuclear holocaust to one of the most thriving economies, not in Asia, but in the world, competing with the people who want them, America, right? And beating them in their own game. They did, right? So Japan exported and continues to export much more than America ever can dream to export into Japan, right? fact, almost all the cars in Japan, not all the cars, the most successful brands in Japan, I mean, and America are Japanese cars. The Toyotas, the Hondas, all of them, right? Nissans, all of them. So, so that's where you ask the question why, and a why, and a why, and a why, and a why, right? So I'll come back to the original question. Why use idioms and phrases? Why is it used at all? You can hazard a guess. Plus, what's the risk? You may sound a little absurd, probably. So what? Right? I'll come back.
Explain long sentence or like an explanation with the words.
Okay. Okay. You explain. You say you compress it. Okay. Okay. You're saying something. Concise. You have the same answer. Okay. Any other answer?
Maybe to enhance the literature, like reading it as a reader, if I read a novel, but that's all plain, then I don't find it interesting. So maybe to enhance the literature.
Great. Fantastic. Right? No one, nothing is more boring than things said as it is in the description. If I say, oh, it's raining very heavily, as opposed to it's raining cats and dogs, there's more drama, color to an idiom or a phrase, right? Compared to saying it as a matter of fact, right? When you say it as a matter of fact, there's no color to it. There's no vibrance to it, also, right? Just saying it matter of factly. When you say it as an idiom, it's much more colorful, right? A little maybe dramatic, and it raises some emotions, maybe it evokes some emotions. It does, right? And we are all emotional beings, right? We want some high about anything being spoken, right? When you speak a idiom or a phrase, you may be having a little more excitement in articulating that compared to saying something as a matter of fact. Accurate? Right? So, my own take is that it's a match of all that you said. It gives more color and impact in the communication because it brings in a word into it. In just that one sentence that you speak or half a sentence, there's a whole world that gets created, that gets communicated impactfully, that will not be available when said as a matter of fact. Right? You get through to the person much more effectively and more impactful. Would you agree with me? Yeah? Okay, let's get back to the game. Now the context is set. Yeah, the people in the last rows also can participate. Those are not, what do you say, audience seat, and this is the playground and you're watching. Right? This is the court on the court, and then there is on the stand. Right? On the stand are people who cheer and say, right? And then there are players who are on the court who actually engage with it. So don't put yourself on the stand. The whole group is on the court. Okay? Yeah. Don't take yourself out of the game. Yeah, you can go on with, you have more idioms and phrases that you have come across that you can share.
Two phases of the coin. Two phases.
Two sides of a coin. Okay. Okay. What is two sides of a coin?
So there's different perspectives.
Yeah. Yeah. One is pointing in another one direction, they are pointing to the opposite. As in two aspects to it. Maybe two contrasting aspects to something that is getting discussed. Okay? There's two sides of a coin. Right. You can say something?
So adding to the question why we use idioms and phrases, could it be that since idioms and phrases are universal in their meaning, so different people will not have different interpretations?
Yeah, universal in the sense within the cultural context inside of which a language is formed. Right? Now there's a very clear English culture and tradition to the language English, right? Like it or not, right? Now you may have incorporated some things which are more local, or you have just of this region, which is non-English speaking, right? But then most of it comes from the country of origin or the culture of origin, which is right. And there's a certain way of understanding that particular idiom or phrase, and to that extent, that is kind of it's fixed. It doesn't vary. So I would answer it this way. An idiom or a phrase actually has a agreed upon understanding of what it is, which is built over a period of time, right? And that is brought forth immediately in the conversation as it presents, right? As it presents that idiom or a phrase, you bring forth all of that which is being built over a period of time, the understanding of that into the conversation. In just that small uh, sentence, like when you say two sides of a coin, right? You, if it was to be said descriptively, you will have to say a paragraph, right? What I mean to say is that this is one aspect of it, and there is another aspect which may be contradictory to this, and that's the other side of the coin, or the other side of it, the other aspect, right? Then there's a lot of explanation that is required or needed for you to actually communicate that idea, right? So when you use the idiom or phrase, that gets communicated impactfully, precisely, right? Effectively. Alright? Is that clear? Yeah, I want some participation from halfway down the line and the other side. Because the responses are from here quite swiftly. There's some particular demarcation in this direction. Like around that time, no one speaks. Or you all got into some secret pledge like thou shalt not speak to me. You went to some secret oath or something. You can tell me about it. No? Yes? Then prove me wrong. My charge is that I went to some secret oath just before I came into this class. You always prove your oath. Nothing, and nobody is going to come in between that. Is it? Don't tell me you're not among us any. Yeah, please. I have to come there, and that's fine. For a moment, I can come. Alright, yeah? To the moon and back. Okay? What does it mean? The moon and back is totally holy. Anyone has come across that? To the moon and back? What does it mean? Oh, you're saying that's quite different from what she is suggesting. To the moon and back is? Huh?
A lot.
A lot, okay? You went all the way, whatever it takes, you went all the way and back, right? You didn't stop anywhere, you went the moon and back, right? Alright, great. And one more on this side. Barring the first one. Barring the first one. And because I know where the response is coming from, till now. Yeah? He's not going to radio hitting the bullseye. Okay? Hitting the bullseye really on the mark, like within this city party, really went to the core of it. Right? Hitting the bullseye is really say spot on, right? Spot on. Or yeah, you can. By leaps and bounds. What is by leaps and bounds? What does it mean? When you say by leaps and bounds? Uh-huh. Not good things. Say that again. That's right. A rapid improvement or a rapid progress is by leaps and bounds. A rapid progress or improvement is by leaps and bounds, right?
Rome was not built in a day.
Rome was not built in a day, okay? But we all try every day, right? That's we think we can build Rome, right? People come for one training session, they want masters and everything, right? Doesn't work that way, right? Even your quantitative methods that you learned over the last 3 days, right? Before I came in, that's just a primer, or you say I would say as an initiation or a kind of a stage, right? Like a dining plan or something, right? It's for you to go ahead, dive and explore, right? And you have enough number of resources. You are in such a generation where there's no dearth of resources. In fact, you have a inundation of resources, right? You have enough and more. You have a problem of what is a problem of plenty. Have you heard that? Problem of plenty. Heard that? That means another way of saying it is I'll say it in a different way. Correct, you're right, but we'll say it in a different way. As an idiom or a phrase, it's said in a different way. Anyone has the answer? Problem of plenty is also said in a different way. Anyone has an answer? Huh? No, that's different. I'll pick up there. Have you heard the term spoiled for choice? Spoiled for choice, right? That means you have too many choices to make. That is quite you get spoiled about it, right? Spoiled for choice is a word used or an idiom used when you have too many options to choose from. Okay? Yeah.
The rightly, Prasanna has mentioned a chicken-hearted son. A chicken-hearted son.
Oh, chicken hearted, right? What is chicken hearted? A cover, right? Chicken hearted is a cover. Okay? Yeah. Any other? Okay. So, say that again. Out of the blue. What is out of the blue? Unexpected, right? Yeah.
Outside the box.
Outside the box, right? Outside the box is okay. That is used mostly. Is just say you want to do some creative thinking, lateral thinking, all that. Say think out of the box. Okay. Okay.
Hot potato of the day.
It's no hot potato. It's a hot potato. Is when you say it's a hot potato, what does it mean? Like it doesn't need to be for any specific time period. It's a hot potato. What's a hot potato? Huh? Then will be a giveaway. If I were to give a sentence, you'll get the meaning. Obviously.
Prasanna has mentioned lion's share.
A lion's share, right? Lion's share is? Lion's share is? Yeah, a disproportionate share towards yourself, right? Get almost all of it. It's a lion's share. Okay.
Pulling someone's leg.
Huh?
Pulling someone's leg.
Pulling someone's leg, okay? What is pulling someone's leg? Yeah. Picking on someone, right? And this is different from this. You can pull someone's leg and which can be acceptable. The other is which is not acceptable is getting the better of another. So there's a difference here. Pulling someone's leg is usually socially acceptable. Getting better of another is not. What's getting the better of the other person? Not even taking advantage. Yeah, it is to humiliate, to show their inferiority and your own superiority. It's trying to get the better of another. Okay, and that is not acceptable. Right? Pulling someone's leg is more like it's kind of you may have done it for, you may do it for in a light-hearted way, which is to lighten up the situation, right? It's a joke or any of that. Is pulling someone's leg.
Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger's cat, and it's a it's not a, we're not getting the heavy science of it. Alright? Yeah. There's a paradox. The Schrodinger's cat's paradox. It's not complete.
Can we not use it as a
Huh?
I've heard that in sentences and people not use it.
Yeah. So what the Schrodinger's cat is that you can never determine the presence of it. The very process of attempting it will miss it. So it's a paradox actually. You have to look into that. It's kind of elusive. Okay?
The more that come up in the street, more that come up in the street, needle in a haystack, a bed of hope, work cut out for you. Work cut out for you.
Work cut out for you, okay? What else? What else? Read that.
The first one is needle in a haystack.
What's needle in a haystack? You're trying to find a needle in a haystack is? What does it mean? That's most important, huh? What does it mean?
Generally used in the context that like something is difficult to come.
Yeah, you're embarking on something almost impossible. When you say you're trying to find a needle in the haystack, it's almost impossible or extremely difficult, and arduous, right? A task which is uh, almost sure to fail or something like that, right? Finding a needle in a haystack.
There was a bed of thorns.
Okay, a bed of thorns and also a bed of roses, right? A bed of thorns is a lot of difficulty, challenges, or adversity. A bed of roses is, yeah, it's the opposite. It's all hunky dory and what is it? Convenient, comfortable, all of that. What's hunky dory? What's hunky dory? Yeah. It's not all hunky dory. It's a usage.
Easy.
Huh?
Fun and easy. Fun and easy.
Uh, you're close, but it's not. Hunky dory is all well and appropriate and as expected. Okay? And it's not hunky dory is not all of that. Right? Okay? It's not rocket science. Right? Not rocket science means not anything very complicated or complex. Right? Nothing very difficult. Simple. Okay? A piece of cake. Or you can also say cakewalk. Okay?
Pranav says elephant in the room.
The elephant in the room. Okay? What's the elephant in the room?
Everybody knows
Not acknowledging it.
The elephant in the room is the most important or critical issue there is, and that which is not getting acknowledged or recognized. Then we say the elephant in the room is this, and we are talking about something else. Okay? Yeah.
Prasanna says a red letter day.
What's a red letter day? No one is known for that. A red letter day is a turning point in the history of something. So you call it a red letter day. A point, a very historically significant event or situation is called a red letter day. When things change course, right? It's called a red letter day. In the annals of history, or say in the annals of whatever. So that's called a red letter day. Bits and pieces. What bits and pieces? In bits and pieces means
doing it in small parts or divide.
you're saying in a way it's not the whole, right? In parts, in small parts, maybe at home and that, right? It's not the whole. In bits and pieces. Essentially, you're communicating that it's not the complete thing. Then we say it's in bits and pieces. Okay? Okay. Yeah, a mountain out of a molehill. What is a mountain out of a molehill?
Taking small issue away.
Right. Making a big fuss about something small. Right? Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Making a big deal of something which is not very significant. And we say what not a Bolden. Go on, you're doing well. Hot potato, we did not deal with it, huh? We skipped it, right? A hot potato, I asked a question and I think we drifted off. Okay, what's a hot potato?
You can offer to shorten for person. You can offer
No. A hot potato is something that is very, I would say inflammatory, but something which is controversial. I would say something politically sensitive. Something, it's a hot potato of a topic, is like it can flare up emotions and all of that. So it's the topic is a hot potato. That is something which evokes strong reactions from different sets of people with contrasting views. Okay, it's a hot potato. And usually it's used it's a political hot potato is someone that there's some topic that people don't want to touch, right? It's called a political hot potato.
Pranav says the road not taken.
A road not taken. What's a road not taken? Or a road less taken? A road not taken? A road not taken is that the choice is not made at all, right? A road less taken is something which is very rare and not popular. Road less taken. Okay, it's two different things.
Someone said a snake in the grass.
What's a snake in the grass? What's a snake in the grass?
Unseen danger.
Yeah. Something that is camouflaged and not recognized as a problem. Snake in the grass, right?
When pigs fly.
Huh?
When pigs fly.
when pigs fly.
When pigs fly, okay? So what is it actually trying to communicate when pigs fly as a
That will never happen. Not going to happen.
yeah, an absurdity. So when someone proposes something, yeah, that happened when pigs fly it's never gonna happen. Right? Or you're suggesting something which is absurd. Then you say it's when pigs fly. Okay?
Again, at the 11th hour.
At the 11th hour. Who's not good at it? Who's not good at doing it at the 11th hour? Everyone is, right? As students, you are designed and trained to do it in the 11th hour, right? Not true? Maybe you have an exception, I don't know. I was like that. Alright? So, in some ways, it's also very, let's say, optimal, or you will say, you will be more efficient, effective, and all of that, because you know there's a deadline coming, and you will put all the intensity and effort and focus and get it done, right? And that sense of urgency, which otherwise will not be there. You say each time you have to submit something, you think, okay, we need to stand there, right? Thus, you don't have that kind of attention and focus to get it done. Good.
Spill the beans.
Spill the beans. Okay, what's spilling the beans? Yeah. Divulging or letting out a secret is spilling the beans. Okay? Fit as a fiddle. What is fit as a fiddle? Very healthy. Extremely healthy and fit. It's fit as a fiddle. Okay? Feeling blue. What does it mean? Yeah. For some reason, blue is associated with sadness, right? Right? Giving the blues, all that is about sadness or melancholy. Yeah,
Castles in the air.
yeah. Building castles in the air. What is it? That's another usage word. Another idiom which comes. Huh? Building castles in the air is, yeah, living in an imaginary world with a lot of imagination. So you're just imagining or conjuring of things, right? Yeah, living not in reality. Building castles in the air is not living in reality. Okay, and this a close idiom to that, which is
False theory. False theory.
false theory. Okay, that's another one. False theory is not close to that. False theory is about something which is accepted to be true, which is not. That's false theory. Okay. Okay. Living in a bubble. Okay. One more. Which comes very close to building castles in that. Huh? Daydream. Okay. Pretty good. Daydream, which is again close to something which is used. Daydream is more of a word. It's not a kind of theme or phrase, but that's fine. Have you heard the term having pipe dreams? No? That's a pipe dream we call it. Huh? What's a pipe dream? The pipe dream is nothing but that you have a cigar smoker, so pipe is called. You put tobacco and smoke, and then you're in the easy chair and you're smoking and then imagining things. That's a pipe dream. You're thinking that something will happen someday and you're just imagining that. Right? That's also building castles there and all of that. Right? Have you heard the term "goose for the gander is goose"? I mean, food for the gander is food for the geese. Food for the gander is food for the geese. Okay. Gander is male, geese is female. Food for the gander is food for the geese means whatever works for the gander works for the geese as a food. Right? What's contradicting to that as an idiom? Have you heard that? It will contradict that. Anyone came across that? Have you heard this term? One man's food is another man's poison. Right? One man's food is another man's poison. Like for a vegetarian, if you offer him non-vegetarian food, that's poison, right? One man's food is another man's poison. Which contradicts food for the geese is food for the gander, or food for the gander, food for the geese. Okay? So these two contradict. Okay?
Alive and kicking.
Alive and kicking. Okay? That is joyfully alive. Okay? What else? Swept off your feet. What is it? Swept off your feet is need to know the meaning. Right? If you know the idiom and not know the meaning, then you can use it inappropriately. Very important, right? And in fact, you'll miscommunicate. Right? In an effort to sound polished or all of that, you will miscommunicate. That can be this. Okay? Swept off one's feet is. Are you looking at the mobile phone? What is it you are looking down there? You are looking at something. At your feet. Yeah.
Happier is result.
Swept off the feet is happier is not far, but it's not a address. Swept off one's feet.
Blown up.
Huh?
Blown up.
Blown away, right? That's close. You are astonished, right? You are overwhelmed, astonished, all of that to be swept off one's feet. Okay? More.
Eye for an eye.
An eye for an eye makes a word blind. An eye for an eye itself is like, what is it? You can just say an eye for an eye, stick for that. Right? That means you are, yeah, you get and you get as you get as good as you give. Right? You get as good as you give. An eye for an eye is basically if you inflict any harm, you will get the same harm inflicted on the other person. Right?
I think you read what you sow.
Huh?
You read what you sow.
Yeah. You read what you sow. The most popular term in the Western world. You know the most popular word used these days all over America, for sure, and Europe. One word, Indian word. Karma. Karma. Right? And you'll have instant karma, you'll have delayed karma, you'll have all this everywhere you see karma, karma everywhere. A karma. It's basically you sow what you reap what you sow, right? As you sow shall you reap. That's also used in a different way. The same thing. Okay? So you will get as good as you give, or you get as good as you give, right?
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And there have been actual success stories from Flash. There is a multi-crore for this. Recycling waste. I'm not talking out of my hat. Talking out of your hat is what? This nice spirit of this way. Keep using idioms recursively. And I'm not talking out of my hat. Means what?
Without right.
Right?
Without right.
Without information or any basis. I'm just saying it. Out of nowhere. Right? Off the cuff remark. What is it? Off the cuff remark is not this. Off the cuff remark is something said spontaneously as a response to something. Right? Maybe not well considered. Right? And whenever political leaders say something and people want to retract, the official spokesperson will come and make a huge explanation why it was off the cuff remark. Why he never meant it, it was taken out of context. Alright? So, an off the cuff remark is usually a spontaneous response to something which is not fully thoroughly considered. Okay? It's an off the cuff remark.
Food for what?
Yeah, food for thought is something to consider and something to ponder upon. Is food for thought. Yeah.
To find one's own figure.
Right?
One's own figure.
By one's own figure, which is
To find one's
to
own.
bite one's own figure, which is
To fall into the trouble.
to get into trouble. And it's self-cause. You cause yourself trouble by self-inflicted trouble. Yeah? Self-inflicted trouble.
Put this screw on.
Put the,
Screw on.
yeah, you say tighten the screw, put the screw on. Basically, what does it mean?
be more disciplined about not being casual.
The most common you'd have heard is all that glitters is not gold. What does it mean?
Everything. What we see, don't judge a book by its cover.
That's close. Judging a book by its cover, right? That is all that glitters is not gold is saying that uh, it's not what it appears, or you can't take everything based on appearance, right? You have to look deeper up, more or closer. All that glitters is not gold is you just don't go by appearances. Any more?
Eagle eye.
Okay. A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Heard this idiom? Be satisfied with what you have.
Don't be too greedy.
Okay. It's not that.
Focus on those things. Don't do something you already have for something that you don't have.
Yeah. So what you have is
So that's
more available or valuable than what you can hope to get. Right? What you have is more valuable than what you may get. Right? So bird in hand is what you have. And two in the bush is what you're going to get. Right? A stitch in time saves nine. It's a very old idiom. A stitch in time saves nine. That is not exactly. It's close. A stitch in time saves nine is a close idiom to that is nip it in the bud. Have you heard this? Nipping it in the bud? Right? What does that mean? You address the problem right at the beginning. A stitch in time saves nine is that when you recognize the problem immediately, address it. Then you don't have to make an elaborate arrangement to solve it. A stitch in time saves nine is the same thing as nipping it in the bud. Is you have a problem, immediately address it and arrive at one solution. You're exhausted? I'm not saying physical. Exhausted of the idioms and places that there are so many more.
So you are taking caps on.
Okay. So where you're thinking hat, right? Okay. Reading between the lines. What does that mean?
Trying to find some understanding.
It is not people meaning. To understand the people meaning or hidden meaning of this.
Yeah. So engaging with it that you get to understand what's not said. is unsaid, right? Get the deeper meaning of what is being communicated. That's reading between the lines. Good.
An apple of one size.
Huh?
An apple of one size. An apple of one size.
An apple of one size, which is
Uh, Taking care of someone. Protecting someone.
oh, apple of your eyes. You're talking
One size.
about. There's apple of man, right? It is very dear and near to you, right? Someone who you take care and protect and all of that. Just apple of eye. Apple of eye. I hope you're all thinking. Meanwhile, I just snap a photo.
Intuition.
A drop in the ocean. What does it mean?
Part of you.
Huh?
Part of you.
No. Yeah, insignificant. A drop in the ocean is nothing. It's next to nothing. A drop in the ocean is nothing. Someone comes for 1 lakh of rupees and you give 50 rupees. What is it? It's a drop in the ocean. It's simply incongruous to what is needed. Have you heard birds of the same feather flock together? Birds of the same feather flock together. What does it mean? Yeah, people of a certain mentality, attitude, right? From various aspects, they all get together. Right? And usually it's said with a slight negative connotation. Birds of the same feather flock together is said in a negative connotation, not a positive connotation. Okay? Close to that is another phrase which is thick as thieves. Have you heard that? Thick as thieves. What's thick as thieves? See, the level of trust, coordination between two thieves is way higher than even brothers maybe, because both are depending upon each other for their lives. Right? There's enormous amount of trust between these two. Thick as thieves is someone, people who are very close and very intimate. Then they are called as thick as thieves. Okay. Done?
Done and dusted. Done and dusted.
Done and dusted. What's done and dusted?
Completed.
Yeah, something that you have completed or it's like accomplished, something that something you no longer have to deal with, or something that is already done. Which in a way you're saying that it's no more a concern or no more a concern for you. So it's done and dusted. It's all done and completed. You're not just communicating that it's completed, but it's no longer an issue of bother or concern. It's done and dusted. It's all done. Right? Because when you say that's completed, it's very different. When you communicate that's done and dusted, means it's no longer a concern. Right? Let's kind of get off from here if we find some good ones. At one's wit's end. What is call a spade a spade? It's given there. Saying something frankly and honestly, right? And usually to call a spade is someone who has courage and conviction. Or you can say courage or conviction. Okay? Between the devil and the deep sea is two equally challenging situations, right? Or usually it's said caught between the devil and the deep sea. That means you go this way, you have the devil, you go the other way, you have the deep sea. When you're in trouble in anyway. Okay? Caught between the devil and the deep sea. An axe to grind. Have you seen that? Or he has an axe to grind. Or she has an axe to grind. What does it mean? What does it mean? That he or she has a vested interest in some personal motive and benefit. Right? Then you say he or she has an axe to grind. He has something to benefit out of. If someone makes a proposal and the other person says, no, she has an axe to grind. Means there's something in it for the other person to get out of. That's why you say an axe to grind. Taking a bull by its horn.
Facing a challenge.
Facing a challenge head on. Taking a bull by its horn is taking it head on. Okay? Barking up the wrong tree. Getting to the wrong person or accusing someone wrongly. It's barking up the wrong tree. What's cock and bull story? You guys are good at generating. What's a cock and bull story? Yeah, it's just a made up story, right? Just be creative and making a story is cock and bull story. There's no basis in reality. Cross the T's and dot the I's means what? What is crossing the T's and dotting the I's? Please be precise and exact. Keep one's fingers crossed. People do this now. Let's fingers crossed.
Hope for the best.
Hope for the best, okay? Unsure of the outcome and hoping for a favorable outcome is having one's fingers crossed. Okay? Gift of the gap, right? Gift of the gap. Also said this he has a silver tongue, right? Or she has a silver tongue. What does it mean? Yeah, talented in speaking or someone who is gifted in speaking. Alright. Sitting on the fence? Neither here nor there. Hook or crook, we saw it, right? Fair of all means. What's clutching at straws? Clutching at straws? What's clutching at straws? Making a futile attempt. Clutching at straws is like an attempt which will fail for sure, right? Clutching at straws. I'll just say it as it is. It's not here. It came up to me, I think. What's bury the hatchet? Bury the hatchet.
We friends with someone by Hari called the differences.
Ah,
Hari called the differences and
okay.
finish the fight.
In the fight and make peace. Another phrase or idiom which is uses kiss and make up. Okay. Alright. What indicating black? What indicating black? Not heard of it? It's like someone who is equally um, can be charged of that error or mistake pointing to another person. Like Chota Rajan talking about law and order and pointing to Dawood Ibrahim. It's like that. If you did not Chota references, Chota Rajan is the underworld don and Dawood everyone knows. It's like he's saying that to the other person. It's like that. For pointing that it will black. Both are equally to be faulted and each pointing to the other as someone in fault. Okay. Make hay while the sun shines. Came across that? Yeah, make the most of the opportunity available or presented. Make hay while the sun shines. When something is favorable and it's for you to seize the moment, seize the opportunity. The last straw on a camel's back. Heard that? The last straw on a camel's back. Have you heard that? Not heard that? Okay. What is it? It's quite literally saying that, right? That someone is already overwhelmed with a lot of burden and pressure or something. The situation is adverse, and this small little thing kind of makes it down, right? And that the person goes through a breakdown or a collapse, right? That's the last from the camel's back is that incremental small thing that kind of triggers an entire collapse or a breakdown. Anyone else has anything? Shall we go to another topic then or? Oh. So we will go to maybe resume writing, or shall we take a break? Before I could end the sentence. But it's the break's at 11, right? Correct, na? That's when the tea comes in and all that, right? Yeah. So we will kind of, I think we had enough of, we will, after break, we'll start the resume thing. Okay, is that fine? In the meanwhile, if you have any questions that you want me to answer something, we will engage with that. And the very broad context. It's not, you don't have to limit it to anything. You don't have to, definitely not to limit to this section or English in specific words. It can be anything in a broader context. But don't make it too broad, like what's like, why are we alive? It's like in the context of your recruitment and selection process and all. If you have any questions, do you have any questions? No questions? No questions? Yesterday there's a barrage of questions. Exhausted. All the questions. Is it? Anyone asking any questions online? Give a chance. Huh?
How do you remember all these idioms?
Oh, okay. How do I remember? In fact, right now I'm present to a small fraction of what I would Otherwise, no. For some reasons, I'm finding my memory failing right now. But then, how does that happen? That's a good question, right? I used to be a voracious reader. I read a variety of genres of books, from fiction to non-fiction to autobiographies to all of them, right? As I got older, I started reading some things which are more profound. I began with fiction. So my first books were I read the books. Maybe you are in a different generation. Ever heard of heard the name Enid Blyton? By any chance? You heard? She is a adventure fiction writer specifically for children, lady, and people usually start there, right? And she wrote two series maybe, Secret Seven and Famous Five. Okay, you know the reference. Wow. So I'm not from the dinosaur age. And she used to be extremely popular then, extremely popular. And we went to a school that we had a well-stocked library. So we had the opportunity to read a lot of books, right? And it was a missionary-run school, and so we had an emphasis and a focus on spoken and written English, and that was the base or the foundation on which I built, right? Of course, I didn't begin speaking this way because no one does, right? It's built over a period of time, right? So that's where I started, right? The Secret Sevens, the Famous Five, and then Hardy Boys. For that name, Hardy Boys, it was a race for teenage kids to read that. So it's the adventure of brothers, if I remember it right, right? So, so whatever has you engaged, right? See, why is it that you don't read much? Is that in this generation, probably you have too many avenues for entertainment. Back then, in those days, I'm talking about many decades back, right? Only opportunity for entertainment is books and maybe a little TV, and you will have that. You can run it in your head. Sudarshan, if you have ever heard it, it goes like that. And usually you'll have all that score coming up always, right? And every now and then you'll have with blue, red, yellow, green, all of that. That means an impression in the transmission. Okay? So technology was still in its infancy and people had a lot of challenges. Given that it's a government organization, you knew how to propagate it. Right? So we didn't have much of a many avenues of entertainment. So that was good for us. Right? Now we are spoiled for choice. We are really spoiled. Right? Right? So and the idiom which is like between a heart and a hard place. Between a rock and a hard place. Have you heard this? Between a rock and a hard place. It's the same as between the devil and the deep sea. It's a little less. It's a little less. Let's say morbid or what you call it. It's a little less. Yeah, it's not as stark as devil and the deep sea. It's less intense, I would say. I don't know if you right word, but less intense. Between a rock and a hard place means both of the options are not very good. So, reading, okay? Now, I'll tell my life journey. So, in my first standard, there was a senior who had come home. He was a couple of years senior to me, and we were having a conversation. And always in my head, I thought I was good at speaking and debating, right? And we had a debate about socialism and capitalism, okay? Economic models, right? And mostly teenagers start to be communists, then turn to be socialists. You know the different stage of life, huh? When you're in college, you're mostly a communist. When you come to a job, you may be a capitalist. When you get married, then you get a job, you're a socialist. When you come to get married, you're a capitalist, and then it goes on that way, right? So, I took a position of being a socialist, and just for the sake of argument. All right. And what I realized was is that I was not effective in articulating my ideas. I was stuck in my speaking. There was no flow, there's no fluency, and it was a rude shock to me that I had a lot of ideas, but I was not in a place to express them effectively. Then I realized that my spoken English is not as good as I imagined. Right? That's when I took on the effort to um, better my English, the spoken aspect. Though I had read a lot of books, I had the vocabulary and I had the uh, ability maybe, but not let's say the skill and the experience to have a certain level of fluency, right? So one thing about spoken language, right? What is one thing about spoken language? How do you master it?
Makes the life
Just give me a second. Yeah. How do you do that? How do you do that? Okay, that's a little more specific. But begin to start to speak. As you keep speaking the language, you get more fluent. Right? And I realized that I didn't speak the language a lot. Right? The school was not very strict in enforcing English to be the spoken language. We didn't have big fines or that, no drama of that kind. But generally, my dad was working in PhD. It was a township. PhD, I heard that name. That's the office thing. Okay, so it's a house of houses and all the wards of the employees come to the school. So it was environment of meritocracy and learning. See, when you're a son or a daughter of a professional or someone who has a job, the focus is to excel in education to get a job. If you are a businessman's child, you know that education is not that important because your parents did well and they do better than those who are educated also, right? So then the focus and the stress is not the significance for to excel in education is not that as much as in a environment where their livelihood is based on how well they do in their education, how they can land a job. So that being the case, the environment was pretty competitive and where it was valued a lot. Right? So that's why I started. But then I made an effort to get myself better and better. Of course, learning from people, right? And you will always notice that certain ideas and thoughts are expressed best by certain set of people, right? In certain contexts, some people are very effective in communicating and articulating something, right? So you can knock off from people, right? What is a knock off? It's just cheating, right? You knock off from people. It's not in any way, I would say, challenging your personality or you'll be detrimental to it, not at all. It's just that it's a very rapid way of learning. It's a very rapid way of learning, right? Because what gets condensed in you taking it off from that person is he or she has made some effort to reach that level of competence and mastery to express it in a way, right? And it just can replicate it immediately. You get that? So that also helps. And you put yourself in an environment where you are demanded to speak the language, right? So that's about it. There's no rocket science to it. It's pretty. You just have to have an inclination for sure, right? If you make a determination that my language is good enough, it may be good enough. But there's no opportunity for improvement and enhancement, right? So It's about the place you stand and look. If you think you can get better, you'll always get better. If you think you have enough, it's enough. Right? It's about how you look at it. And maybe for a lot of practical purposes, you already have achieved a certain level of fluency and vocabulary to get on with your life. Right? But do you want to excel? This is the question that you need to answer for yourself. Right? You want to excel in whatever that you are taking on. And definitely, this may be a little premature to say to you, but as you go to the higher rungs of management and leadership, communication is almost, I would say. You have a certain set of core competencies. I'm not denying it, but what kind of differentiates you is your ability to communicate, coordinate, get to know people, get to. It's all about those sort of softer aspects and fundamentally your communication skills, right? Because you can't have a leader who is not effective in communicating. Right? It's a prerequisite. I know it's a little premature, but yeah. Now, why I'm giving all these scenarios is that there will be incentive enough for you to really commit yourself to get better at your skills, your language skills. Okay? And when it comes to vocabulary, there are two types of vocabulary that people normally possess. One is passive vocabulary, which is usually a very large set of words that you have. What is passive vocabulary is those sets of words that you know and have good familiarity and understanding of, but you seldom use. Right? And that's a very large set usually, right? And then there is an active vocabulary. The active set is usually a smaller subset and much smaller subset. Now the size of the subset is based upon how much you use the language, how much you speak, and to the kind of people you speak. Right? Assuming that the intent and purpose of speaking is to communicate. Right? Not to brag, not to show off, none of that. Right? Now, if you have an environment where people are studying with even simple words, if you're going to speak something which is little highbrow, what will happen? You will pass off as a snob, as someone as a show off, all of that. You may have a negative blowback actually, right? And more fundamentally, you will not be understood, right? Accurate? So the environment also should allow for you to express that, right? And I'm sure there are a set of words that I've used that people are not familiar right here. Some set of words, right? But then it's for you to expand, right? Maybe make a note and go back and refer and see. Or even stop me and ask the meaning of the word and I'm happy to say what it is, right? So the only way you expand your active vocabulary is that you speak. Okay? And sometimes use words which are unconventional. The usage is unconventional, not the words itself. Right? The usage is unconventional, and that will actually give richness to your diction or speaking. Because the more beaten down path is the way which is conventionally used. If you use it a little differently, that brings a lot of richness and color to the speaking. Right? Do you agree? Yeah, that's what it is. And then you need to take that chance or the risk and experiment. Right? If you are too concerned to get it right, you will always be conservative. You will always make the same bets. That means you will live inside a box or a bubble or whatever, right? Now, Now, the way you actually expand is that you don't have to really shoot out completely, but keep expanding incrementally, right? As you as you incrementally do it, you get to build and move, get to build and move, get to build and move, right? And that's more stable and more reliable as opposed to trying something like something a little adventurous and then failing, and once you fail you have a negative feedback cycle that starts, which will have you contract and get back into a shell. Like I would say a simple example is you start speaking English to your friends and say and, and the guy say, oh puppy company, whatever they say, I don't know what you say to it. In Kannada, what do you say? In Tamil we have a certain way we say. Or Peter means it's like he speaks a lot of English or trying to show off his English skills. And in Kannada what they say? Pantapa. Or English Pantapa, whatever he say, right? And in a way, sarcastically discouraging you from even trying. You have your own inadequacies or whatever, right? Invalidations, and then you see someone trying something and say, okay, let me pull them. You are like frogs in a well, right? If someone is trying to take off, immediately catch the leg and pull it back to your level. Now you feel comfortable, he is one of us. It's all fine. All is well and the world goes on, right? Is it not true? It's a human nature, it's not an information about you. If I were there, I would do the same thing. It's about a human nature, it's not unique to you, right? And so, group of people get together, nothing worse than that. And they have a common kind of a way of looking at it. They'll bring you down to their level, for sure. They'll not push you up. Does it ever happen that people push you up? They usually pull you down, right? And that's the nature of human beings. You stand up and try to answer. The first mistake you make, people will burst in laughter. This call is much better. I've seen certain places where they're just waiting for the person who stood up and took a chance to make an error to laugh. And they get it from you very bad. Right? But someone is taking the risk and trying to do something, right? Rather than having him win, him or her win, to try to get the better or pull him down. It's absolutely unacceptable. Right? Yeah. So you can have a great passive vocabulary by way of reading and reading a variety of books and sources, but it will never expand your active vocabulary unless and until you actually use them. Because it's not an active use, no. You may know it, but you have never tried to use it. Right? So you'll be stuck with a small set of words that you keep repeatedly using. And then that richness of communication will come through. Because every context in which you are communicating, there are certain words which are most appropriate to be used. And the skillful use of those words make it most effective. And that's what any speaker does. Right? Public or otherwise. Right? Even in the interview context. Right? Do you agree? The more you nod, the more I feel the risk of you not coming back on the outcome. Because there's a whole set of people who are nodding like this constantly and then they vanish. Alright. We have a break now. We'll take that break and come back and do some resume. Shall we? Alright.
It's an old resume, like not really updated. But I think it should
Yeah,
work.
I just need a template kind of thing. So,
Does this work?
yeah, this works. Perfect.
Okay, so you can start.
Right. So we can do this, right? You can just take it off.
Just start.
It's a PDF.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, open it in PDF. Oh, that's good. Okay. Great. So thank you, Veer, for being generous to share your resume. It kind of gets highlighted and gets scrutinized and all of that. He took that risk to do that. You can appreciate that. So we'll start with the basics. And before I go there, there's a question that she came up with. Your name, please. Vinuka had a question to ask. You were having a light banter about language, vocabulary, and all of that, how to expand. And she had a pertinent question. The question was, if I were to use a new word in my speaking, which expands my vocabulary, how am I sure if I'm using it the right way, right? How do I know what part of speech it is, right? Is it a noun, pronoun, whatever, right? I get to adverb, right? This is the thing about the English language, right? You don't need to know the grammar to speak accurately, speak grammatically correct sentences, right? If you're trained to speak well, right? You would have intuitively picked up the grammar part of it, right? It's not like the German language or other languages where to even make a sentence you need to understand the grammar at a fundamental level for you to accurately speak. Right? There's so many other languages where you need to have a profound understanding of grammar for you to speak grammatically correct sentences. There are many languages that way, right? English, fortunately, is not one of them, right? So you don't need to know which part of speech, all of that. And when you have heard the word, you would have heard it in a certain context in a sentence, right? You would very much know, right, how it's used, right? So you don't need to know the specifics of the grammar, which part of speech, what it is, all of that, for you to use it, right? Does that answer your question? So don't hold yourself back. Go for it. Alright, so I'll stick here, I think, so you can. Okay, thanks. Because I'll be with this. That's great. Thank you. So let's start from the beginning. So the first question to be asked is, I did create the context of a resume in the class yesterday, right, as a sales pitch and all of that. How long your resume should be is a very valid question, right? So to get to that answer, one needs to know how much time is spent by the evaluator on looking at resume on an average, right? Now people may come up with some ballparks and it's not a hard number, but anyone has an idea how long people look at a resume on an average? Any idea? Huh? Huh?
2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes, okay? Okay. That's at the initial stage or later? Initial stage, okay. How about you? 30 seconds to 1 minute, okay. Anyone else has an answer? You can hazard a guess. It's not that you need to know it. It's your sense of how long it takes. But how much can they afford to take? How much do they afford to take is what? 1 to 2 minutes. That's what you're sticking with that. Got that. She said 30 seconds. Any other answer? Any other guess? You just have to throw a number. Why are you so held back? Below 1 minute. Okay, that's one. Huh? I heard something, I couldn't pick it up. Say that. We're just doing all the hard work here. Is okay? Yeah, because I'm a little too mobile, so I keep moving around. He has to keep chasing me. Alright. Some of them claim it to be 6 seconds. I doubt if it's 6 seconds. Okay. I would say the initial screening takes on an average maybe 10 to 20 seconds. That's it. Right? Around 10 to 20 seconds. And that's all it takes. Right? Now, if it's a filtered set of resumes, people may spend a little more time. So it depends on how the company handles it. Maybe they'll go through one round of very fast screening and then come to a subset of resumes that they want to pay a little more attention to. Then it may even take 30 seconds to a minute. But if it's a first sieving of it, it takes 10 to 20 seconds. Right? That's the first kind of a filtering process which happens. Right? So given that you have only 10 to 20 seconds, right? How long should your resume be? Okay, 1 page. Any other answer? That's right. 1 page is good enough. Okay, especially because you're a college fresher. 1 page is enough space to capture all the details. Okay, unless you've been exceptional and you have something to offer, like you have done something, you have done some freelance on the net, you have developed some projects in the real world, you have done something that is beyond what is needed and required in a college, and it's way beyond it. Maybe you may want to go beyond a page, but I'll recommend you to stick with 1 page for as a general advice. Okay, because people may not have the time to flip that page. Okay, now some of them put a photograph, some of them don't. So you have any take on that? Have you seen resumes with a photograph? And you have that fundamental question, should I have a photograph or not? Right? So what do you think? Must be there? And why?
Disadvantage sometimes. People just judge you by the view.
Yeah. If I can say something lighter, you're not in a fashion contest. So how does it matter? No one got the joke anyway, so it's okay. I'll laugh at it. No, we look at the relevance of it, no? See, if you see it, how you need to look at it is why a photo or why not? That'd be the most relevant question to ask and answer for yourself, right? So, if photo is a yes, why? If it's a no, why not? A picture adds you have a face to the story or whatever. Mostly you're writing stories, I don't know. Right? But yeah, do you get that? Now, where is the photo relevant? Where is the photo relevant? Maybe I'll ask that question. Where is the photo relevant?
You're applying it to online and the all the processing things are happening online. Then maybe giving them an idea of your age group and stuff.
See, may not be. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong or not close, but in India, mostly people who come to college are straight out of school. It's not like in the US or Europe where people have gone, done a MACD job or a Pizza Hut job or a Cafe Coffee Day or one of those, right? Starbucks job, built their budget, came back to college, got their degree, right? Here all we are all spoiled people, right? Our parents bankroll us into everything, right? True, right? So we are babysat till the age of I don't know how long, right? If you're a success till 22, 23, otherwise lifelong baby. All right, so that's aside. So age is mostly not a concern when it comes to a college recruitment. 99% or even 99.9% of the time, right? You're in a certain age group, right? Give or take a year or so, right? Right? So, what other reason? Why would you want to have a photo? Why? Look at it from the recruitment perspective, na?
Like, it's not relevant to the, I would say, the photo. It is not relevant to the present. Like,
I didn't get you.
like some kind of stylish photo. Like they can.
I didn't get him. Can you stand up and speak, please?
Like it, dump and not professional photo.
Aha, okay. Oh, you're talking about the quality of it. I got that. Okay. So, imagine it's professionally done and all of that. So, even a selfie can pass off as a professional photo. It's how well you do it. Right? A selfie can pass off, possibly can pass off as a professional passport size photograph, a bus shot or something. It's possible. I don't recommend that you experiment. You spend that couple of hundred and get it done. Not saying do that, but it's possible. But he's coming from a perspective of is it done well or not done well, right? I got that. No, we're not going there. I'm asking from a recruiter's perspective, why would a photo be relevant?
Maybe from a recruiter's perspective, when he sees a photo, he might connect with him. They feel like he's actually giving a story of.
Yeah, that's where she came up with a face to the story or the person, right? I got that. And where will it be relevant? Where will it be relevant? How you look? Hmm? And where is that? Hmm? Someone said something? Huh? Great. Who was that? Good. Right, this is the answer I was looking for. Whenever you are in a front-facing job, that is, you are either liaising with clients, with business associates, or any kind of front-ending job that you're doing, where your presentation, how you present yourself matters. There, in all those kind of positions, be it in a relationship manager in a bank, be it sales and marketing, or any kind of a licensing job, business to business, business to customer, it doesn't matter. All these positions, how you are matters, how you look matters, right? Are you professional? Do you present yourself in a professional manner, right? Because the photo will show all these aspects about you, right? And in all these positions, it does matter. And even gender matters. They may not even be willing to admit it. Gender does matter. Some of the positions are predominantly feminine, like female, they want female candidates. And some of the positions, especially of the traveling nature, they predominantly want male candidates. And these are pretty much hardened positions, they will most probably not make an exception, and because they have seen practically not working. How many of the ladies here would like to travel, say, 3 weeks a month? That'll be an exception. Really? Tell me. Maybe you'll do it for a month for the novelty of it. Will you do it for a year or two, or few years? Really? You do? Did you know the number of people in a sales force? Say, how many of them in a sales force on any average company, say, maybe IT, the large conglomerates which are focused to Europe and America, they may not have these kind of requirements, but if you are domestic and you have some sales, even in IT, right, or allied fields, has the sales force, and you have a lot of customer visits and client visits and all of that. You know, typically, what's the gender ratio for the typical sales force who go and make the pitch? You know the gender ratio? You will almost find no women, especially who are traveling. Almost you will not find. You may, and if you find one, there will be a rare exception, one or two here and there. So don't. You may be an exception. I'm not questioning that, but trust me. Maybe right now it looks like travel looks a novelty. You do it for a couple of months, it looks such a burden, especially for women. And it's nothing to do with gender. I'm not being sexist here, right? It's the nature of it, right? There's a lot of things you need to take care of, and a lot of things that makes you. There's a question of personal safety. There's a question of willing to travel alone. A lot of things. A lot of cultural connotations, right? If it's in a country where you expect a salesperson to be a male, suddenly a female shows up. It's kind of a culturally kind of a, you can say, a shock, right? So it may not be a very harsh shock, but a mild shock, right? They expect to meet a male and they meet a woman or a lady, right? Makes sense? Yeah. So, and the same case, you may have maybe within the city, or it may be on the phone, it may be other licensing things, but where it may not involve extensive travel. In those kind of positions, they look at both the genders probably. Okay, and there are some roles which typically are feminine in nature, and they like it to be only females, right? So you need to appreciate these kind of I would say stereotypes, but definitely certain conventions that are there, right? Okay, so that's about it. So if you are in a front-ending kind of a job where it's customer facing or client facing or business associate facing, then your appearance does matter. How you present yourself matters a lot, right? Else you can, for a typical IT application, be it in an Infosys, Wipro, or TCS, or Cognizant, or Accenture, or Capgemini, all of them, not required, and it saves considerable space also. Okay, you can say something about yourself, which can be, you can optimize the space, and I would strongly recommend only one page, not beyond that. You can manage it, right? Okay, let's go through this. Okay, now the font you have used is, what is the font you have used? Huh?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? That's fine. Yeah. My recommendation is try to look at nothing wrong with the font, but try to look at something which is a little more artistic. This looks a little too bland. Okay. It's fine, but and I think the font size is slightly large, and it's fine. What happens is that if you have, I think it's 12 or more, I don't know, 14. That's too big. Right, that's why it's run into 2 pages also. One of the contributing factors. 12 is good. For most fonts, 12 will be good. Even 11 may work. Right? But don't make it too small that people are struggling to read. Right? Yeah. So now there are two ways you present your story in the temporality of time, in the context of time, in the timeline. You can do one is chronology, the other is reverse chronology, right? Now, which is more relevant? What you did 5 years back or what you did 6 months back? Reverse chronology, right? Right? So, I would strongly recommend have a reverse chronology. Okay? And given that you are aiming for large enterprises, what is the most relevant aspect of your candidacy they are looking at? What's the specific aspect of your resume they're looking for? If I'm making the question clear enough, what's the aspect of your resume they're really looking for, given that they are corporates in the field of IT?
Skills relevant.
One at a time, maybe. Yeah, please.
Skills relevant
Mhm.
for the next step.
That's fine. They're definitely looking.
What needs to start? What session needs to start?
They are. But what demonstrates that?
Experience and experience basically.
Very good experience. And what type of an experience?
So any share any after
Anything which has a component of professional experience in the industry. If it's a summer internship also it's done in the industry, that has much more value than a better project you may have done back in college, right? Okay. So you may have the first one you have is you've started well actually. Industry projects is where you said, right? That's good, right? So education, okay, platforms, database, dev apps, all that's fine, right? So okay, so you can have this as education. You can put a comma or something and put your designation B, but you can, if you're still not completed, so you can put a line there on top. That means it's still in progress, right? And that's okay. So then you can save this whole education space. Okay. Now they may need more details. B from where? Is it from IIT or from NIE or maybe some not so very well-known college, right? They need to know, right? Is it top rung or middle rung or some other rung, right? So for that, I would say my preference is to go to the bottom of it and have a table-like thing. The table sometimes may not be very aesthetic. So shall I? This is you have a copy, right? I can write something scratch on it. It's good. All right, good. Is it working? Some blue light should come, no, somewhere. Wow, how do you do it? But it works. Good. Right.
you can click on draw.
Yeah.
Click on draw at the top.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Draw. So now it works, right? All right. So I'll go down. So what I will ideally look at is, so here you can put a comma, right? And then write and do something like this, and or space and yeah, comma should be there, otherwise it will be part of the name, right? This font looks a little large, it can be slightly smaller, right? It can be all caps or it can be in cap, both are fine. Look at what aesthetically appeals to you, right? Again, some people think resumes have to be, there's one the format and that format has to be the ones. There's no the format, okay? And different types of roles may have different formats, okay, which may be suitable and relevant, okay? Now once you say that, okay, here you can write a software developer with a passion to create. That's a good line, pretty good line. Okay, so that's good, no issues. Now we go on. So where I would put the details of my education. Oh my god, this is okay. Yeah, people will not have time for so much of, so you can somehow compress it, but in the I will have it as one page. Okay, and at the end of the page I will have something like this. You don't have to put a table, because a table with lines it can be tabular, but aesthetically it may not be very appealing, right? So you can draw a table, and then you can kind of switch off the grid lines. So it will have a table appearance, but it will not have the lines in it, right? Look and see, experiment with it, see which is more appealing, right? Sometimes a table may not be very aesthetically appealing, but anyway, this is how I will do it. So the way I do it is like this. Maybe I'll have a serial number, that's fine. 1, and then one more, goes on like that, right? I will say education. Okay, then I will say year. So the year is year completed. Okay, year you're completing or completed, and this will be board, and this will be percentage, and or CGPA. Here you use CGPA. Is it percentage or CGPA? Huh? CGPA? Okay. So if you want to give a reference of, I don't know if it's uniform in India that every CGPAs are calculated of 10, right? Maximum score is 10. So there are some systems where the CGPA is at 5. I don't know if it's there in India, if there's any uniformity to it. You can, if you think, I don't know, you have to do a little research. Then you can give a reference point saying that maximum is 10, if at all it's there. Otherwise, you just leave it open, they'll be fine, right? If you scored over 5, they know its reference is 10, right? All right. Here, education is, you can go chronology, that's fine. It can be 12th, 10th, 12th, and then B, okay? And this, I'm not further drawn the table. I can put the year you completed, which is something like 2000, I don't know. 14, 15, when did you do it? 10th? 16, 10th. And this is 18. And this will be 21, right? Next year you're completing. You're in third year. Oh, you're in third year. I'm assuming you're in the final year. Oh, okay. I just assumed. Yeah, end of third year. Yeah, you have another full year, academic year to go. We are in March, right? Oh. Yeah. Then you, yeah. Oh, the recruitment season starts in August, right? August, September, kind of a thing. Yeah. Yeah. So it's relevant that way. Yeah. Yeah. Got that. 22. Okay. So here you can put whatever. It's VTU. Is it? So why I want you to have it as a table is that it's a very concise, with a glance people can find out your entire academic history, right? If you present it this way, I don't know how this has been done. Some people have written in this in blocks, like they start with engineering and they've even written about their 10th and 12th. Now to kind of glean that information out is going to be a challenge, right? Or will take time, and it's not time efficient for the person who's looking, right? He or she can't easily pick up information they're looking for. So if you put it in a tabular form, probably, I mean, I'm coming to think of it, maybe if it's with the grid lines, it may look a little boxy and a little not so aesthetic, right? You can either dull it out or you can remove it, but still the table will show up. It will be in that format. Okay. All right. So look and experiment that. Okay. Maybe surely not have thick dark lines. It may mess the appearance. Okay. In my sense. Okay. So right. So you can have a format like this where you have here you have skills. That's fine. And here you can have awards. Right. Awards, or you can put, you can say accomplishment, achievement, whatever. Look and see what would really, right? Accomplishments. All right. Here you may want to highlight. I know I'm making the mistake of closing this. Okay, I'll just leave it here. All right. So here you can, in summary, mention that. So here, my preferred way of writing it would be, okay, type it in, or rather, oh, it's a PDF. Okay, got it. All right. So you can write it this way, or you can also write alternatively. See. Professional experience, okay, and then write about. So here you said ERP software to manage customer and supplier relations and process flow for. Now whenever you write about a project, right, you can write a sentence about the project, no harm. But most critically, what is your role in that project is what they are looking for. And what are the skills that you demonstrated, that or what you delivered upon, because that's what they're looking for. What is that you're capable of? What have you demonstrated that capability in a professional environment? Okay, so definitely write about your role, right? Role. Now you may not have a formally declared role, but you have done something, right? You are accountable for something, you're responsible for something. You can write that. You developed pieces of code, you did some stress tests, you did whatever you did, right? You did some bug fixes, you did some black box testing, white box testing, whatever you did, doesn't matter. You write that, because then they know what you actually did in the project, right? They are not, see, some people write, I have to stick here. Some people write a small essay about the project. They're almost like educating them about what it is. Not required, right? If it's a library management system or something, they're talking about what a library management system is, what it's capable of. No, not required. You can write a sentence about it, maybe a sentence about what it is, and then more importantly, what's your role in it and what you delivered there, what you're accountable for and what you delivered, and what are the skills you demonstrated, and the tech platforms. You can write definitely about the tech platform that it was implemented on, and if there's any domain knowledge or domain understanding you have, you can put that as well. Okay, makes sense, right? Then you may have one, this may be a summer internship or something else you did on your own initiative, whatever it is. You did a freelance gig in, say, Upwork or wherever it is on the net, wherever it is, right? You can write that. Next is what you would have done a part of your academic project or something, right? Something that you did in colleges, right? Now, never write academic project, okay? The moment you say academic, the value is got by 90% down, okay? So the impression is it's something conceptual, it's something not real, something which is not implemented or all of that. So just say projects, right? Projects done, or right, projects executed, whatever you want to say, right? And there you again, the same format, the same flow. You will write the project heading, a sentence about what the project is, then your role in it, and the technology platform. Okay. So I can maybe I'll write here. You have done it. So this may be the last. Here you will write roles, and you can say roles and responsibility, or just say role. Okay. And you have to say what you did. Okay. Yeah. See, somewhere you have written here, mostly worked on database projects and all that. Data structures.
I think something specific I'm mentioning, for example, the entire project, cards,
All right. Right. So here you always mention in brief. Okay. Now never expand what you did exactly. Okay. That's for you to say in the interview. It's not for you to write it all in the resume, right? So then you can cut that down. Again, it's a flurry of projects that you did in a set of platforms. Like, and see that it's the same, right? Here it's different, right? You can combine this. That will optimize space, right? You get that? Where there's commonality and there's no much of variation, you can club it up, and then you don't have to repeat it here, right? All right. And if you can put some timelines, right, that gives a little more authenticity, right? Of course, don't mess it up. Okay, if you are making it up, you'll be caught. There should be time overlap usually, right? Or there's some anachronism, like there's something that is telling which may not be feasible when you look at the timeline of it. Okay, don't get caught there. Okay, especially if you're making it up, otherwise you're fine. All right. Okay, and definitely don't put this word, right? So what happens is that it becomes something like some amateur attempt at something. It communicates like that, right? So you can say, I am trying to come up with a better word, or you can say freelance, but evangelized. Yeah, sure. Okay, how many of you are being called? Oh, really?
We'll come back to the
Okay, all right. So is this the TPO?
Yeah,
The
yes.
TPO. All right, sure. So should I pause or what is it like?
Sure.
I think we'll pause for a bit and then I don't want them to miss it. Because half the class is gone. Control Shift 3, right? Yeah.
need to keep it.
Yeah,
I'll be doing
sure. So when you write as personal, then it communicates something which is either amateur or something casual, something that doesn't have that kind of professional rigor. So don't mention it as personal. Say it, you can either say freelance or use one of the words, don't use both. Or you can say independent. I would prefer this. Where you are, I would say independent projects. But if you are doing freelance actually in Upwork or something, you can write freelance. And this will definitely reflect very positively on your resume that you are a person of initiative, you have taken on something and have looked to deliver on something. Okay, so if you have links or reference points with feedback from customers, whatever, and you have enough time to actually build all this, because your recruitment is going to happen somewhere in August, right? We are in March, so you have 5 months or so to work it out, right? You can build it up, you can build up your resume to really something heavyweight. Okay, all right. So why certain words have to be used is that you may intend to communicate something but may end up communicating something else. Okay, unless you use the appropriate words, it usually ends up in some miscommunication. Okay, right. So so I don't know if these are startups that he worked in. It says tech head, content head, all of that. So there's something repetitive, or can say, because there's, you have said a few things in the experience part and how that links to the projects that I've written here, right? Are these separate, are they same from it? I have to ask him actually, right? So I would recommend you not to repeat anything, right? Somewhere you're writing some project and then you're saying something related to that in another heading, right, as experience. Don't repeat it. Okay, it just makes it more voluminous and cluttered. Okay, so you can capture all information in one block. Okay, so what you did and what's your role, and some technical details, maybe domain and technical details of that platform details. Okay, um, so you can definitely speak about your passions and interests and extracurricular activities. So how you do it is, if there's been a platform in which you participated and if you won prizes, great. If you participated, that's fine, right? So it's not like you're just saying it loosely, right? There's something that you did in the world. Okay, so you can write that down. Okay, so that will be towards the end, and it can all fit into one page. Somewhere this format with 2 pages is a little too elaborate. So some of the things is, if you have a LinkedIn profile, please post that here, right? If you don't have one, make one and post it. Okay, if you have a website, do it. He has a GitHub which is I think it's a WordPress website probably. Okay, so you put that. If you have a personal website, do state that. Please do not put your postal address, not required. We don't live in the 80s or 70s or 80s. No one's going to reach you at your physical location, and no one is going to reach you by some kind of courier or post. Okay, right? In the recruitment process, after you're selected, definitely you'll provide that to your employer, where you live and all that. That may be required, but not here, right? So don't put your address, not required. Okay. So yeah, you can have it as two streams running, right? You can have a block like this. I'm not when I draw it, it's not like I'm going to line it like that, but you have one piece which is like 2/3 or 3/4, and then you can have a parallel piece running like this, and that's fine. You can organize it that way, where you can fit in those highlights that you have on the right flowing. Okay, it can be skills, awards, and accomplishments, and something about your participation in, and it can come under this awards and accomplishments itself, right? You presented a white paper, you participated in a code jam or a tech crunch or any kind of event, hackathon or whatever. You did any kind of a professional, or it can be in a debate, quiz, whatever. All that can come there. Okay. Or you can have this format, that's fine, just that it's a little lengthy and flowing. So okay, I'll use this. Yeah, one thing is that here he has provided timelines. That's great. Again, the way you can optimize this is, you don't have to write it here, you can write it here. Here you can put the timeline between what date and what date. Okay, so you save space here, right? Also, in the projects, put the timelines. I'm likely that he has put it here, right? He has not put, but here the timelines will be relevant. Okay, and if there are any linkage, so here he has written this. Now you can put title also here. The Happy Company website, you can put title also here, title or role or whatever, right? And then you can write that. You don't have to write it separately. You're repeating information, right? Don't repeat information. It's of no value. It makes it more voluminous and cluttered. Okay, so you can see the Happy Company website is here, and then you have one more mention of it here about the position held and the period, right? Right? I would not recommend this. Okay, whatever is here can be actually mentioned there in a line. Okay, so if you're an intern, you put that right there and put the timelines right there. Okay, so you can save all the space. In fact, this is a repetition of information. You can cut it out. Okay, and fit it in right there where you're describing whatever you have done. Okay, see, honestly, I would say you would have it fit into a page. It may slightly overflow, you may have to improvise a little, but I see that even this resume, which has a lot to say, can be done it in a page. Can you see that? Right? And can be equally impactful. It's not like it will dilute anything. See, in the process of compressing, don't dilute anything. But I'm sure most of you don't have so much of information to give actually, right? So you're fine. Don't go beyond a page. No one has the time. Okay. Be judicious with the way you present and how it is highlighted and one thing is the bolding, right? If you have too much of bold, it kind of loses its utility or impact or effect, right? If you have too much of bold, what happens? It doesn't attract that attention, no? If I have 2 or 3 bolds, will it not immediately attract my attention, right? So I would recommend not having so much of bold. Maybe the title can be some 3 or 4 titles can have it, especially those marquee projects that you have done, that can have it. Beyond that, I would recommend, and also maybe a title which you think you're very proud of that you held, right? That 1 or 2, but don't, for everything, don't go with a bold, right? All right. So it's a kind of, it's like marginal utility, as degree of diminishing marginal utility. Have you heard that? It's an economics term. The more, it's like if you eat the first ice cream, it tastes great. You eat the 5th ice cream, you almost had enough. The 10th ice cream, you may even reject it, right? You had too much of it. You'll not definitely enjoy or relish it, right? That's the nature of anything. If you overuse something, that value will diminish in, that which you're using will diminish in value. Okay, so if you're going to keep putting bold, right, it will have a series of bolds and not pull attention to anything specific. Okay. All right. So maybe we can even look at one more resume, which is slightly different. Maybe yours. Okay, yours maybe. And after the break, we'll go for a break now. It's 1 o'clock. Okay, and we'll see if there is anything that we can add or take away or something to make it more effective. Okay, or just leave it the way it is. It's perfect. Okay. All right. So we will break now. So that I'm ending the session now. We'll come back, after the break. So Control Shift 4, right? It's going to explode.